Well, good morning, I think. It's the 27th of April, 2026, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal. I just saw a something strange here that I will deal with in a minute, but yeah, this is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The theory here is that everything I'm watching is captured on my video, both with Bookmap and with IRT, which is my charting platform. And then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. And I don't have to be, focusing on screen snaps or typing or whatever to maintain the journal and keep my records, which is really handy for me. I don't multitask well, so this works great. Now the stream starts every trading morning at 8 o'clock now, and goes until 1500 every afternoon. That's the cash close. So it's 7 hours. And the reason for that is my commitment to take no trades off of the stream. So many, presenters or guru guys or whatever else, it's like they're in the hole you're watching the stream and they're down, $1,000. And then miraculously the next morning when their stream starts, I made it all back in the afternoon. I used to think that was pretty funny, and I don't ever want to do that. And remember, this is my virtual trading journal. So who would I be trying to kid? Me? It doesn't make any sense. So there you go. And the reason that the stream is so long is that commitment. And more than once, early on, I would close the stream and then I'd, go do something, come back in the office, and there was a trade setting up, and I couldn't take it because it didn't meet my commitment. So there you are. Now, notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. So there's any open programs below, the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, which ties back to both Bookmap and IRT. So there's that. Okay. Oh, by the way, this stream is my personal trading journal, and it's not meant for trade or financial advice. I'm not licensed to do that. That's not my business. This is, but I do take live trades here on Bookmap, and they are with my live funded AMP futures account. And so, this is the real market. This is live data. This is real money funded by me. And on IRT, this is where I do back testing and vetting, or, verifying that setups have an edge, and that I only trade setups that I've already vetted. Here's an example of an initial balance trade setup with these pullback and continuation zones. Now, any trades plotted on this chart, which are triggered by the system over here, are in the IRT simulated environment. So here's another one, IRT simulated environment. These are, because I'm not confident enough in the development of these systems, nor in my ability to code them properly, to have them be trading my live money. Now I am confident for back testing, so that's where we are. And let's get on with then the important stuff. So let's talk about the numbers here. And there are none this morning. There is, this is a nothing burger here. I actually went to this week to make sure that this was correct, but there are no numbers scheduled for today. Tuesday, we've got the S&P CSHPI composites, and then Wednesday's a biggie. Wednesday's got the FOMC rate decision and the press conference and all that stuff. So Wednesday's gonna be a big day, and this is investing.com. It's my normal source for news. You can filter for whatever you want. wherever you are. You can, various different ways you can look at what's coming up. They only focus on traditional economic calendar items. And if you notice, the event title turns to a URL if you hover over it. That if you don't know what the Bank of Japan monetary policy statement is about, you can click on that and see the recent releases and whatever, who puts it out, etc. Now, we are in the height there, the full thrust of earnings season. So tomorrow, I'm sorry, I believe it's Wednesday. We've got several. Let's look and see. No, well, we've got Visa and Coke tomorrow, but that's not it. This week, let's take a quick look at this. These are the earnings for just one day. Look at that. There's Tuesday. Let's get down here to Wednesday. We got some biggies on Wednesday. Look at that. Okay, we've got both alphabets. We've got Microsoft, and we've got Amazon, and we've got Meta, all reporting after the close on Wednesday. So that's a big one. Now, in addition to, sorry about that. Get back to the calendar. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. And it's similar, also free. You can, I forgot to mention that. Yeah, this is free. Obviously, you can see all the ads floating around here. They're both free. And I keep them that way because I think it's important to have anybody that's visiting the stream be able to use the same resources I do. So there you go. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT. They're both subscription. There's nothing you can do. Financial Juice, the left column over here is more of a calendar or docket. The thing that they do that's different that I appreciate, and this is out of whack, I can see that right now, they will pull new items in that are not traditionally economic reports into the calendar, but that obviously have potential to disrupt the auction. In other words, they present a risk to our auction. And here's a perfect example. Now, usually this color, this little blue dot, Trump greets King Charles. Perfectly benign statesman thing to do, but you never know what is going to be said. And in this current environment, everybody I'm sure is aware that those kind of things could have a real impact on the auction. And in today's environment, our main job as traders is to preserve our accounts. And the only way, or the first way, or the most important way, however you want to look at it, that you do that is with risk management. And the only way to manage risk is to be aware of potential risks. And that's how you can mitigate them. Well, if you don't know that some risk is coming, it can be substantial. And it's nothing political whatsoever, but it's the truth. And, if you doubt that, just go back and look at the various days and see what's happened with just a press release or some tweet on Truth Social or whatever else it is, can have a huge impact on the market. So there you go. Now the AI is unraveling, which is to be expected. Shut that off from refreshing. What is this crap? Get away. God, I hate this. It does this all the time now. They've redone their news source, and you can't get away from those ads. It's really irritating. Anyway, let's move on to the pre-market here, which is the all-important thing, isn't it? So here is, as I said, IRT, which is my charting source. And there's a problem here. I just noticed yesterday afternoon, for some reason, this chart needs to be replaced because it's not the micro. Anyway, the way I do these charts is should be the micro column or micro tab. the market profile charts always remain on the ES, but this should be the micro tab. This, for some reason, this chart got replaced with the one that belongs over here on the minis right here. Okay. Just nothing big, but I'm that way. Anyway, so this is the micro ES. This will be the micro NQ. The micro ES high time frame chart, which we call the micro composite chart. And here you see us. There's our close, or there's our open and close, and pretty much just back and forth over the rotational day. Inventory's about split, I'd guess. Maybe slightly long. I think we're going to have a quiet open auction unless some geopolitical bomb falls out of the sky and, there you go. I'm sure Trump will have something caustic to say one way or another, or whatever, when King Charles arrives. But what are you going to say, let's see what happens. Something argumentative or whatever. Anyway, let's look at today. Let's get back to the market. Let me get back to the market. First thing I want to point out about IRT, if you look at any of the charts, you can see in the header, the chart name, this type of the instrument, the type of the chart, the periodicity, and the session. And I noticed that when I started up this last night, that this is pulled in the wrong one. So I got to change this to the MNQ for this chart. I'll do that later. Doesn't matter. We're not trading the NQ anyway, so that's okay. Higher time frame. Let's always start there. This is a RTH session only, daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, and that generates these high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines over here. They're just the high and the low volume nodes in this market, in this volume profile, this most recent volume profile. It also generates a micro composite VPOC, etc. And then, of course, we've got naked volume points of control and all that stuff. Now, these high and low volume nodes push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. As I said before, I don't change the market profile chart back and forth from micro to mini because I don't find the need for it, and I just use it as a visual reference. I don't really trade it. Keep an eye out for singles and that kind of thing. We don't need that stupid thing there. Let's see what the volume is. We're about 79%, and that is for this time of day or this candle, and it's looking backwards over 20 sessions. And this is the actual true range over 1 minute bar at this minute, 250 points, 2 points, 2.5 points. Okay. Bookmap. Well, I assume you're familiar with Bookmap. And anyway, let's start in the right column. This is my micro composite column where I manually pull these various levels from the micro composite chart we just looked at in IRT over here to Bookmap. All-time high, put in Friday. Now they've leapfrogged with the ETH again, and RTH people hate that. So today I'm assuming we're going to leapfrog above them. They always want to have the record. Naked volume point of control from Friday where we closed, and these are the high and low volume nodes. There's micro composite VPOCs down below us, etc. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH session volume profile and delta. They will reset this morning at 8:30, fingers crossed. And this is my statistics column, which is pretty important to me. We'll go through that in a second. And then the session prices from IRT. They start pushing at 1700 last night and are continuous through 1600 on Friday. And I share this. If anybody that wants it, like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat. Bon dia, Antonio. Tudo bem. Bom fim de semana. I hope. It was a rainy, hot day weekend over here. And anyway, instead of a dome anymore, I have the order book here, which is resting liquidity, and the session prices to get more screen space. Now, the heat map itself, notice that I have no indicators. There is a POC for the full session and a POC for the RTH session below us. POC is, first let me say that nothing's complicated here. I believe in the KISS principle, believe me. I only use price action, volume, and probabilities. These are just price levels. POC, nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Period. Nothing else. Yeah, this yellow line goes all over the place so that we have some idea of how price has moved through the session. This is the blue boy over here, which is just a vertical line I put on the first print. So this is all the price action so far in the session. There's a first print of the overnight or the ETH, and here's current. That's what happened all night so far. And this is what the POC has done all night so far and is right here now. Period. That's all there is to it. When any one of these prices changes by one contract, this yellow line will move there. That's it. There is one for the RTH also. Then we have a Globex VWAP, and we will have an RTH VWAP, and there's an RTH mid. The rest of the prices are just as they, as the overnight high, value area high, developing value area high, previous RTH close, settlement, just common sense. And I don't see something I wanted to show you here. Initial balance high and low. Sometimes they confuse people because of the naming, I guess, from the market profile world. This IB, initial balance high, and the initial balance low are nothing more complicated, excuse me, than the price at which, than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. Okay, and the next thing we're going to do is the statistics. So the first thing I do here, ooh, yeah, hot, baby. Wow. Wow, yeah, that is warm, 30. So the first thing I changed is the open type header of the column here, or the name. And the way you determine the statistical open type only has two criteria and is really simple. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Right there. So it's lower than the close. How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high and the lows down below us, so it's in range. So this needs to change to lower in range. And I changed the column title like that every day because it's selfish. When I look at a screen snap or the stream, if I look at that column title, I know exactly what the relationship was for the opening on this particular day. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to clear the column to get rid of these statistics from Friday, and we're going to get the new ones for today. There we go. Now, the statistics will come from this study right here, and we need to make sure that's been refreshed, and it has. So this was Friday. IRT will highlight the correct open type after the open, and through the day they changed the text color from black to blue for any levels that have been achieved or revisited in the current trade. So here's lower in range. Now, this way the system works, very simple. The computer looks back at 1,725 most recent trading days. Of these days, we opened lower in range 505 of them. Hi, Panda. Yeah, Antonio's here. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.6% of the time. Overnight mid. Hold on, Panda. 80. Whoops. 82. Yeah, I know. You're dying for a snack. I got it. 82.6. Now I'm just going to go down the list. And before I do that, I'm going to do one other thing here. The next would be the POC at 81.2. Overnight volume point of control. 81.2. And I am going to now take a break because I have to do something at 8:20 every day. And that is a thing called, we'll get back to the statistics, I promise. That's a thing called the TLab snap. And let me make sure I've got that all happening here. Okay. This is why I stream my journal instead of, I don't multitask worth the crap, as I mentioned earlier. Yeah, so there we go. The TLab snap is a, I can't keep up with this crap. Sorry. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, and he continues to do so. Here, Panda. Okay. You want to say hi to Antonio? Oh, okay. Are you hungry? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. She's talkative today. It's a bookmap Discord chat room started by Tom B, he's trading for like 47 years, started out money manager and things like that. And I don't know when he switched over to just trading his own account, but that's where he's at now. It's not a trade calling or a live trading room. It's a Discord. But there's a lot of good people in there and a lot of good ideas. And I was pretty active in there for quite a while. And so every day I make these 2 posts. I put the news reports for the day in there early. And then I put this report in there, or this tab in there every day at 8:20 about, to give folks in there that may not have all the charting capability or all the numbers that they would want. And so there you are. That's the TLab. It's, I should say, it's free, and you'll never be solicited for anything in there that I know, or at least never, up till now, nobody's ever soliciting anybody for anything in there, including Bookmap, okay, which is pretty cool because they are sponsoring it, obviously, so it's costing them money. Of course, they would like you to subscribe to Bookmap. That's their point, but it's refreshing. So there you go. That's the TLab. I just do that every morning, and I feel like I need a little explanation. And I do it as, like a kind of my way of tipping my hat or respect or thank you or whatever else. Where the hell am I now? Oh, yes. So now we're going to get back to fleshing out the statistics. We've got the mid and the POC. We're going to do the, what's next? Previous close is 74.5. IB high is 69.6. Did we see the IB high down here somewhere? I think we did, didn't we? And I put those initials because, remember the definition. When we open, this flag is going to jump up above price. It will no longer be here, and I'll want to know what that statistic was for. Previous POC is 68.2. That's another one I want to mark out. And that's all blocked up, so we're not going to be able to throw a stat in there. I'm not going to cover it up. I've already got a flag over here, so there you go. Overnight low is 66.2. You guys are not being very nice to me today, are they? And you need to remember that these are not hard and fast lines in the sand or targets or anything else. They're probabilities. 66.2% of the time of the trading days, looking back at a subset of 1,700 and whatever it is, 25 days, when we opened lower in range, the overnight low was revisited by price. That's what it means. That is a probability. Those are statistics. Overnight high is 52.4. So, you know, what's happening? Do you see? 52.4% probability that we're going to revisit the overnight high, and 66.2% probability we'll revisit the overnight low. Well, that's pretty close. That's getting close to a coin flip, isn't it? But we are lower in range. If this were higher in range, those numbers would just be the other way around, pretty much. So don't be thinking these are some sort of secret sauce. Remember, I keep stuff real simple. It's just price, volume, probabilities. I guess is the simplest way to put it. And we're going to open this deal up here in about 3 minutes. What other stats do I need here that I'm missing? Something, probably. Previous low is 53.8. I don't know what happened to the previous low over here. Where did that go anyway? I don't even see it anywhere. Is it way below somewhere? No. Oh, right down here. Holy smokes, look at us down there. Look how far down that bad boy went, huh? 53.6. Okay. That's going to have to be good enough for the girls I go with. I think previous open. Is that in there somewhere? Value area high, value area low. Previous high is 41.9. Well, the previous high is up. Well, where did the previous high go? There we go, 41.9. Okay, that's going to have to be good enough for stats. This is Monday. I'll go through some of the other stats that I've been working on over the weekend and, of course, burned out. Ow. Come on, Alice. Oh, man. This is going on here. We got too big a gap in these things or what? I thought I was just doing one tick, but maybe not. There you go. I guess that's good. All right, so we're going to open here in a flash. I'll fix the NQ. Remember, this is the NQ, not the MNQ, but that's, you know, doesn't really matter, but that's what it is. Because I got the wrong chart. Somehow the wrong chart got doubled up over here. I don't know. It's the same chart from the mini tab rather than micro. What else is happening here? Let me see. No news at all. That's pretty spooky. And therefore, I would suppose that, you know, Tweets or Us is going to be all over everything today. Maybe not. I don't know. It's quite a dog and pony show we got going on with the Iranian war, and they've just completely forgotten about Ukraine, and who knows, you know. I think the whole focus now is trying to figure out a way they can put their thumb on the scale for elections, I guess. That's what I read in the news. I don't know. Pretty crazy. Well, we're going to open right now. Oh, and it opened on time. Well, I'm going to get drunk and go to bed. That's the first time volume profiles work right in I don't know how many months. Cool. That's exciting. Wow. Maybe I better, just short the world or something here, huh? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change from the RTH to the full session to RTH, and the reason I do that is to align the session prices with previous. Oh man, what did I do that for? Because there's a lot of people that use these prices. I mentioned they're free. If you could use them, just drop something in the chat. Happy to push them out. Happy to, share them with you. My goal here is to have a collaboration where anybody involved can achieve my goal, which is consistent profitability. This is my trading business, which I'm relying on to support myself and my family. So now, and I have nothing to hide, or I don't think any secret sauce or paywall or, I don't know. Don't even know how to rig all that crap up, to be honest with you. So here we are. Here's our current profile. There's our open. What's the volume doing? Well, let's look at the regular one, man. Let's look over here first. 73% up to 2, where ATR is 2. Okay, it's kind of a quiet open. What's happening with, well, we got some lag time going on over here. And somebody said something, look at this crap. That's got to mean something. Well, let's get Blue Boy woken up. Come on, get out of bed, you lazy dog. Now, where did 8:30 go? Where's 8:30? Ooh, that's still pretty close. Oh, I know something I didn't do. You'll probably agree with me that it's pretty important to be able to trade, huh? I forgot. I knew I was getting ahead of myself with the pre-market for some reason, but anyway. So in order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel and select a method that you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. And I've selected the chart column, which is right here. The other is the dome column, but since I don't have a dome up, what am I going to do? Next, you need to do a few things on this side of the fence, I think. I need to confirm that the journal is pushing stats to the correct one. I need to select multi-brackets, which is where my risk-neutral methodology is implemented. And this is a risk-neutral 2-lot 16 ticks. What that means is the smallest package you can use for the risk-neutral methodology is 2-lot because it needs to be even numbers. So 2-lot, then 16 ticks for the full stop. And this is absolutely, of course, obviously not the time of day to figure this stuff out. Should have been during your homework period, over the weekend, last night, early in the morning, whatever. But let's pretend that this has been developed and derived at correctly. The first risk-neutral trail, or T1, I should say target, or T1, is real easy because it's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative, and then there's a runner in this case. And you can do as many of them as you want to do, or however you want to do that. Once that's done, there's also an Execution Pro, which lets you trail, to break even or set trailing stops or whatever else. Let's just go without that. Now, because I've selected the risk neutral package in multi-brackets, I don't need these tools anymore in the trade control panel. I have all my trade metrics up here at the top are replicated for here. I can click the button again. It stays active. I get my screen back, my, real estate back over here. I have all the metrics. I have cancel, I have close. Now I could trade with the mouse in the active data column with Bookmap on MES live rhythmic account, real-time live money. There you go. And what are we doing here now? We're jumping bumpity boopity all over the place, huh? You got to be, if you select this column, warning, word to the wise, this is dangerous. You accidentally click over here at some point, at any point, trying to move the price ladder up or down, or trying to move some line or some level, and you'll have an order on or a trade on that you didn't expect. So depending on how you click. So be really careful. The reason I use it is I think it's probably the most accurate and fastest way to trade with Bookmap. You can trade with your keyboard if you've initialized that, which I've done, but you can't place trades. If I want to put a resting order right here, it's real simple. Boom, there's a resting order. But you can't do that with a keyboard. So let's widen this mess out now to 5 minutes. And that would be the initial balance. Not the initial balance, opening range. And I've done a bunch of statistics wizardry over the weekend, so we'll start looking at that stuff pretty quick. Now I'm going to move this price. Here's exactly where I could get balled up. Huh? If I accidentally you see how the mouse pointer turns to a dollar sign from the arrow? From the arrow? Well, the minute you see that dollar sign, caution, grasshopper, you could be doing something you're not intended to do. Okay, welcome to the stream again. Risk Neutral Trading. It's my virtual trading journal. I think I did everything right. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know why this is doing that exactly, but it is for some reason. Must be zoomed in or something. I don't know. Anyway, it looks like the stream is off and running and trickling down the hill, and that's a good thing. No streams dropping off. Frames dropping off. I'll be right back. All right. What have I done right or wrong so far now? Let's do a couple things here. Get the disco fired up. It's so irritating about that, what they've done to investing.com. I'm so disappointed. Today is Monday, of course, and typically it's a, hey, Anton, well, I forgot I was going to remember how to say good morning in your native tongue, but I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm going to write it down and put it in front of me here. I'm a complete donut when it comes to that. Anyway, good morning. It's typically school run Monday, but no class this morning. They canceled it over the weekend. Apparently the instructor's got to go to the doctor or something. Only later in the day, but after the trade. So here we are, open. It reset automatically, which I'm still in shock. Have the statistics in. We put in a new all-time high overnight, which would suggest to me that we're going to probably look higher because these guys cannot stand that. I'm going to do this. I forget to save that thing half the freaking time. There we go. Yeah. I made some, a whole lot of stuff over the weekend. It was kind of a quiet ETHs, but I suppose you might have a couple of trades off. Excuse me. Now I've got to figure out why in the hell this chart is here. You do something here in the background so you guys don't have to get all discombobulated. NQ. NQ wrinkle right there. My line. That's when it should be. Huh. Probably go to hell. I don't know why that changed or whatever, why that happened, but it did. I'm going to get this out of here if I can. Close that one down. And open this one up. Put that off. Automatic. Well, there we go. Okay, so now we're MNQ. I don't know how that got changed out, but you know, but it did. Gotta tell you. And I've got a considerable lag going on here, so I'll probably be restarting IRT at some point here in the next few minutes. So I started out with some various things here over the weekend. There's the bar trade getting ready to roll. Okay. This is another testing strategy that I have modified here to do this. This is the weekly market profile, which will just plot every week, every day for the week. I hope. That's the one. Pretty sure. Let me just check. Weekly, yep. Okay. So this particular chart, the gold levels here are are the Asia session high and low. The green is London, red is Chicago or US. This particular strategy is a new IB based on Edgeful stuff. Oh, well, I have something new to learn right now. I'll tell you, I really admire the, Eastern Bloc or Cyrillic or whatever you call it, whatever the base of those languages are, because for me, it's like, I'm pretty sure I would never be able to learn it had I not started as a child. And everybody here is bilingual, or at least in this, goes by the stream except me. I really admired that. I've always felt really, I've been embarrassed by it, I guess, that I could never get up to speed anywhere. But, yeah. Okay, let's see. What I was going to do was the Edgeful story. So this is Edgeful. Now, why this damn thing? It doesn't seem to want to remember I got to learn how to use the template story, but let's look at the first, which is the initial balance. Here's some really interesting statistics. So this is the basic IBC, initial balance, ES, the usual one. This is looking back 6 months. This is I have made a new template for Chicago full session where, RTH, which is 8:30 to 4, or 1600 we usually do. And I noticed that New York 9:30 to 4, which is Eastern time, which of course would be the cash market down here. I just haven't created another template yet for that. But this is the cash, and this is the full session that we normally look at. But here's some interesting data. So here's the usual stuff that we're used to looking at. Let's look at this one. Here's by weekday. Here's what the stats are for a Monday. A Tuesday, 0 breakout, looking back 6 months. Wednesday, Thursday, and again on Friday. Interesting thing that I had not considered. One of the things that something happened, we're dumping again. One of the things that is extremely, I think, extra interesting. There's a lot of different. Obviously, these are all sub reports. Here's the one that's interesting to me, and how I've built this trading system. So here you go. This is a breakout up. This is a breakdown, obviously. So if the IB is broken to the upside, there's a 64% probability that it will retrace to the 25% level within the IB. 26, that it will retrace to 50%, 12%, so that it'll go back to 75. So what I've done is code so that price breaks out, pulls back to between 25% and 50%, and that's the entry. Then the stop goes below 50%. I hope I'm on the right window. Oh yeah, okay. It's gonna be mega pissed if I was on the wrong window. Okay, and of course the same problem as always. I have such a simple idea, and then it takes me all frickin' weekend to code this damn thing up. But that's what's happening over here. That's what's happening right here. And we don't have them yet because the IB isn't plotting, but we can look back. Let me see if I turn it on. There you go. So here are 25, 50, 25, right? So it's 25 off the bottom, 25 off the top, and 50%. And I've actually also got these set up that I can push them across the book map. And so it's IB 25, IB 50, and IB low 25. And the way this code works is by following along with those things. So we'll see how this turns out. I just got this going last night before I fell asleep. But we'll see how this turns out. The bar trade is still barring along. And the old-fashioned IB trade, I don't think I have pushed over here. Let's make sure. This is the old-fashioned, yeah, no, it's there, okay. The old-fashioned original initial balance system is here. So I've, you know, got myself completely confused, in other words. Easy to do. And got the right charts. I don't know how that got over there, and I apologize for that. If that screwed anybody up, I'm eternally sorry. And what I'm going to do now, I think, is pretty big lag. I'm going to restart IRT. So let's jump back over and keep our eyes on Bookmap, which is dumping. And one of the big parts of that report that I'll point out is there's some substantial statistics around which of the IBs are formed first. And in this case, it would appear the IB high so far is ahead of the IB low. That would be the first one. And there's statistics around which one of these gets taken out first based on the way they do that. Pretty interesting stuff. I unfortunately spent more of my time screwing around with getting that code working. I don't know what to do about that. I'm just, yeah. Anyway, you know, I have an idea about some simple thing, and then I spend so much time down the rabbit hole just for my own lack of skills. It's nobody to blame but me, but you know, frustrating. So there's that. So we'll see how all this manifests, but I think it's a beginning of some good, you know, good possibility here. Now as far as back testing, of course, the parameters around that particular IB strategy is dynamic, right? Because it's based on percentages. If you've got a 100-point IB, well, you're risking your stop is 50 points. You know what I'm saying? So I have a filter or I have a criteria filter in there that if the IB is wider than what I've set, it won't enter a trade. But right now I have that filter off. So I always want to see if the damn thing works. And I'm gonna, how are we doing here? Where are we? We're 52. Wow, we're almost top. Okay, I'm gonna restart IRT. Hold on, Ned, don't freak out. There we go. And I'll show you one other thing they do, which I haven't gotten up to speed yet either. Okay. Let's see what we got. Okay. I don't know if it's everything seems to be okay, tracking out all right. I'm going to try my new levels and Bookmap. If it starts smoking, your monitor catches fire. Be prepared. Get a bucket of water ready next to your desk. I just did that last night, the last thing, so never know. Hire the old guys, they're fun to watch, right? Yeah, I wish. Come on. Well, we've taken out a whole bunch of levels, obviously. Overnight mid, overnight VPOC, close. POC, the naked volume point of control from Friday. Yeah, and what are we doing? Just having a look? Well, that looks pretty rotational, doesn't it? And I seems to be having a problem getting their shit together. It can't seem to talk to. I wonder if my internet's goofy a little bit. IRT can't hit the license server yet. Wait, stop, I know what's the matter. Sometimes when I restart, you see this heartbeat right here? That means the data's off. What is this? I don't want that to be doing that. Oh, I know why it's doing that. Now start data. There we go. Now it's going to talk to... I couldn't figure out why it wasn't hitting the server. Now we'll start getting the heartbeat track up there. Football. Anyway, so here is... Here's where we were when I shut it off. It'll download the data because I closed it, and we get all of these naked volume points of control and all that stuff going on. And did I do this one yet? I don't think I did. Ooh, bad Billy. There we go. Well, that's full session. I did do it. Okay, good for me. There we go. All right, we got that. We have this. We got the right NQ chart, the MNQ. That's a good thing. We got no lags. That's the best thing. What's going on in mini world over here? Is everybody okay? I have to make sure that all this stuff is working because I push these levels that, like I said earlier, in the pre-market, and a lot of people use them, and I think the majority of the people probably use the minis rather than the micros, I think. I may be completely wrong about that, but you never know. Okay, save that bad boy. Now, back at the business at hand here. Volume is voluming. Let's check. Yeah, it's holding its own. No bars in place yet so far. What's happening with Tweedledale over here? Well, oh yes, I gotta remember to shut all these. I've got a bunch of different stuff coded up over here to do this, that, and everything else. So okay, and this is the IBEF stuff. What is the blue thing for? That's this one. Okay. I've got the Albrook thing. I've got the fence trade. I've got the typical Wyckoff deal, and now this new gizmo over here. I'm trying to just keep it all in one spot so I'm not all over the board with it. Again, this is now. That's probably misleading. I made the color of this opening range, which is essentially set to the IB, green, and it's the same color as London, so that was pretty stupid. I'll fix that. And these are the pullback levels. That's the 25%, that's the 50, the 25 off the bottom. See the levels over here. Stupid. I don't want to mislead myself. I hate it when I do that. Whoop. So here we are. Is this a bar? Breakout retest? the bar question. Let's see if I can shove these new lines over here and see if that works. That'll be kind of a... I can't remember what I called it now. I'm terrible at that. I think I remember. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to replace the export with the session prices as to this particular indicator, the line indicator. The session prices will remain over here in Cloud Notes, but the line indicator will be replaced, I hope, by the new, you know, the new percentage pullback and stuff. Let's see if that works. I have it working fine for the other IB. I just have to remember to make sure I get the right name when I change the export. So let's see if I can remember. You may blow, look out. Okay, so let's see if it magically appears over here. Well, something magically appeared over there, but oh yeah, there we go. Well, isn't that something? Look at there. There's the IB50, IB25, and the IB25. So if we break out the top, this would be the entry level if it's between here and here, and the stop would go below there. So right away, just looking at that, what are we talking about? That's 88 to 98. So that's a 10-point stop. That's a hell of a long way from 16 ticks. And I think that's where this is going to become a problem is, and I'll have to implement that filter, just risk. Okay? So, well, looky there, isn't that cute? Huh. Who's that master? And of course, all the other parameters about that are the same. You know, the IB is the first 1 hour and all that stuff. What else is going on here? Well, we're no lags. So boy, oh boy, is that too cool for school. Excuse me. Okay. Well, I'd say this is a bar trade right here. This is a consolidation. I haven't gotten around with this Edgeful thing enough to know if there's something they've got some report. They've got like 150 reports or something, and I've just barely started scratching the surface, of course. Some pretty interesting. Here's that one by breakout I was talking about. Okay, so initial balance, 60 minutes, This is by breaking out the upside, I think. Is this right? I don't think that's the right one. Hold on a minute. I just kind of went through these and forgot which one I was looking at, but it showed that thing I was talking about with there's an expectancy of the high or the low first, you know, by size, another. Here's the one I was looking for. Performance. What's that all about? I don't know. And you can change the specificity. Like, do you consider the breakout by the wick or by the close? So there's some stuff like that. Looks like we're getting a breakout or some action around this bar trade, but boy, it's pretty jumpy over here right now. Look at this POC. Holy smokes. Crack. Who put the crack in the water cooler? Well, this is interesting here. Percentage of time that it closes above or below or in the middle of the IB based on whatever I've got set up here. I don't know. Rejection, breakout, levels, retracement, time. Where the hell did that go? Breakout before, breakout after. Well, that RTH 1, so that's pretty, and you could change that customization, I'm sure. Yeah, all the times that you want to do or whatever. That's not what I was looking for, but you get the idea. I'll monkey around with it here while we're watching something else, and if I find the right thing, I'll come back to it. It was performing. Oh, here it is. I think. No, this is rejection. If the IB high formed first, the IB low formed first. In other words, that's what we put in so far was the IB high first. So far. Oh, yeah. Well, I thought I saw something that answered that question just completely, but maybe I've got the custom stuff set up wrong or something. There's one for you. Look at there. Ooh. Don't know what those levels even are. I just saw that this morning. So, all right, never mind. It's obvious I don't know what to do with that thing yet. But I did use that first study for the pullback after the IB and then the stop. So we'll see how that works out. That's what's coded up over here and over here. And it's pretty reassuring that I've got the IB 50 on the mid. That'd be kind of embarrassing if that didn't work, wouldn't it? Okay, what'd they do? Breakout retest. It's like VPOC migration. They're everywhere. Well, let's see here. I'm wondering what's going on. We got no bars going on here yet. Which is kind of weird. So we are in a trading range, huh? That's pretty obvious. We've got a 78 to 98, 20 handle, 20 handle IB. Is that right? 78 to 98, yep. Okay, that's all tying together. That's pretty cool. I don't know why this bar thing's not working right, or isn't signaling anything here. I guess I did change the bars to 5. Range is 16. What I had previously for these was 3. I don't know. Let's see what happens. I'm not real sure why it's doing that, but anyway. One of the things I found out interestingly this morning, Anton, let me get back to something normal. What they do with the Edgeful thing, there are, let's just get back to something else here. Get back to this one here, for example. There are they have created a bunch of indicators for TradingView, which come with this thing. For example, this. And now I'm not a TradingView person at all. I've never really messed with it. But, and I don't know why or what or something. I don't even know how to. I don't know how to get this to do. Where are we trading at? 71,989. Way up So here is, they automatically plot the initial balance thing from Edgeful right here, and it puts the 50% and the 25 and all that stuff on the indicator. And then you can track which one's the high and which one's the low. And I don't know anything about TradingView, but this is just the free version because that's all I know. And I forgot what all these freaking lines are, to be honest with you. I think I probably put them on there, but I don't know. Anyway, so I can only use, yeah, here's a perfect example. Here, it's giving me some crap here. I don't know what's all about that. I can't use I can't use more than 2 indicators on the free thing, and it's delayed. If I want to watch MES, it's delayed. So a bunch of crap going on, right? You can upgrade to a different one, but it says that if you have broker with like Rhythmic, then you can put that data here and you get the live data. So I was going to try to figure out how to do that without, jeopardizing. I don't certainly want some crap to be going on trading live over here that I don't know about. So I went to AMP this morning and I was going to try to ping their help people or whatever else. And I noticed all the platforms they support. Interestingly enough, your ATAS is supported, but the interesting thing for me was if you have an AMP account, they provide you with a full service, unrestricted quant tower. Now, last time I looked at it, they were trying to develop a heat map comparable to Bookmap, and their regular charting stuff is as good as probably anywhere around. So in theory, I could lose Bookmap and IRT and just go with Quant Tower free from the broker. So that was surprising. Wouldn't do any good as far as Edgeful. Well, I don't know that. They are developing different. I know that they've developed these indicators for obviously TradingView, as I was just showing, and then also for NinjaTrader. So it seems like I saw something about Quant Tower or something. Anyway, back to the business at hand. Here's the consolidation. Boomity boom. Are we going to break out and retest? Would that be a trade? We are definitely in the middle of that. Here's another statistic, guys. I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the board here. I'm not keeping track of anything else. Hold on. Forgot all about the capital market. Did a good job. Here's a stat that is, I forgot to mention this. I want the retracement. Let's just look at by a weekday. Look at some of the, was real interesting to me, just at a basic level. This is the basic initial balance breakout by a weekday. Watch this. No double breaks, damn near 50-50. Wednesday, back to normal. Thursday, same story. And Friday, same story. Now that's looking back over, that is looking back over 6 months. And if you punch it out to 5 years, it isn't a hell of a lot different. Assuming it gets around to propagating. So look at the difference in Friday. There's a little sliver of looking back 5 years. So Monday, Tuesday. Funny, huh? This is that what I was talking about on Friday with, look at now they're all, when you look back 5 years, which is how I've normally been back testing, this is pretty much the statistics that we see in the IRT. But the minute you jump up to 6 months or so, which is more of a current, time frame and to do with all the goofiness that's going on, big difference. Big difference. And therefore should be a big difference in expectancy, as far as will these things work or not. So, yeah, interesting stuff. I have to just now get into it. Yeah, that's why I was thinking the same thing. If it's on the weekend or just looking at research, yeah. The one thing that I wanted to try to do, which I've seen some people use, is the replay, which is how they do a back test essentially, and you can't do that on the free guy, or at least told me I couldn't. Maybe they like you better than me. Yeah, it looks. One thing about it that I have noticed is when I watch other people do stuff, is like, man, look, that's slick and simple. IRT. I fiddle fuss around for 20 freaking minutes trying to get some easy thing to happen, and I'm sure it's because I don't know what I'm doing. But I'm not the goal of this is not to be a software wizard. The goal of this is to make money, have a business that makes money. So I have to keep reminding myself of that, because I typically like doing all that software-y, codey crap. But not good enough at it to do it efficient. Well, I don't know what data you have that drives your real-time stuff for ATAS, but according to according to TradingView, you can just hook that up and then you'll at least have real-time live data. I don't know. I haven't done any of it. I just what I saw. And again, it doesn't matter, I guess. Well, yeah. Now, are you looking at the web app of TradingView, or do you use the desktop? Well, then you should be able to. It says right in TradingView that if you've got Rhythmic or CQG or whatever, that you can just put your stuff over there in TradingView and bing, bang, boom, you're going to have live data. I was afraid to try it because I didn't want me over there having fun thinking I was paper trading or some crap and then find out I'm broke, I didn't want to do that. I thought that would be a real bad thing to do. Let me grab some tea here. I drink green tea, just a big water glass full of green tea all day long because I just get bored of water. I drink, I don't know how many gallons a day, at least, probably at least 2 gallons of liquid just all day long of green tea or the... Okay, I didn't do the, oh sure, yeah, iPad, right, absolutely. I didn't do the, I didn't download the desktop. As you see, it's just this thing over here is just the, I guess this is just the app, I suppose. I'm sure it is, sure. This is just the web app. I didn't do anything about it. Nor have I done the deal with the data. So now if I wanted to have this sort of look like regular data, I could do the SPX, I guess. And that would do something, I suppose. And I having figured this out, I think, I don't know what any of this crap is, but SPX or one of these is not going to be what the hell is all that? The micro. So I'm going to leave this alone. I'll figure it out. I'll send those guys an email and whatever. If I remember right, let me just see this. Oh, wait. No, there's the desktop guy. I could download that. Well, somewhere or another, I had a thing about how you got. I looked at how to do the data, and then I got spooked. It just pulls up a. Maybe it's over here. Trading, maybe that's it. It just pulls up a you know, a little window, and there's these little icon, you know, the picture of CQG and a picture of Rhythmic Pro and all that crap, and you just click one and boom, supposedly off you go. But I didn't want to go off to the pour out. Wow, 70% off. Wow, that's humongous. And which one of the plans do you use, Antonio? The whiz bang best deal, or? Yeah. Okay, here we are banging our head on 85s down here with a big pile of liquidity sitting out, boys and girls. Yeah, that's what I've suspected, Antonio. Thanks. And that's got, from what I saw, it's got, Jesus, you know, market profile and just about everything you can imagine. Everything but the kitchen sink, as they say. And it's such a pleasure to use. I mean, like the thing about how you size up your risk and measure this and do something else that. I mean, yeah, it's, it looks like a pleasure to use to me. But I don't know. I guess I'll find out. Well, that liquidity seemed like resistance, huh? Or support, I guess you call it. Down there from the bottom. And look at that pile sitting at 7,200. Wow. It looks like I got this statistic a little bit wrong up here. I don't think it's 414% probably. Probably 44%. Let's go with that. Let's go see what it said actually. Previous high. 41%, 0.8, okay. Oh, that's good enough. Oh. Man. Well, ooh, the IB is a hot potato here now, right? The IB is an active stat at this time. 4 minutes ago, and I'm busy. 5 minutes ago, and I'm busy, not even paying attention. Goma. We're not there, but you know what I mean. So the IB stat is, for those in the stream that don't know, well, when you have the premium tick date is there, what I saw, I thought it was that one. Maybe it's a different one, Antonio. So here's the IB stat. In all four open types, now this is the difference between Edgeful and IRT, this study, okay? In this particular open type, it's a 98.2% probability that at some point in the balance of the RTH session, we're going to take the IB high or low. Meaning that there's a 1.8% probability that we're going to take neither. And the IB high and low is 32.5%. Wow, what was that? Holy shit, what? Did you see that spike? Hold on. That had to be news. From there to just boom. Through the IB, through this liquidity, and all gone. Huh. Well, that's fine. How do you do? That got IRT all tied in a knot. And I'll tell you another thing that I would really look forward to, or that I would really, it's a modern, you know, all this lagging and all this kind of stuff. Oof, I'm getting on my last nerve with that thing. Well, whatever that was, took the IB stat, took the liquidity that was laying up here, and is down here now. I have no clue. But it's certainly not anything I could have reacted to that quickly. What happened with bar country? Oh, it's still, 76-second lag. Never mind. Yeah. It's just not, well, we did get a bar going on over here, and that didn't last very long. What happened here? Look at the lag. You see that? You see how it ties itself in a knot trying to get around to something? And 72-second lag. Ah, the hell with it. Let's not bother looking at that anymore. That's disappointing, isn't it? Disappointing. I'm sure it'll go away, but still. Now, if, you know, I'm sure Harry or somebody, they have this, you know, waterfall V, something they call it. I don't know. That doesn't do anything for me. So the statistic has been satisfied. We took out this liquidity. Got 1,163 contracts picked off up here. And Blue Boy's out behind the bar, and there he goes. So except from that, for that, you know, crack hit over there, we're still in the same range. I mean, we've only pushed it up another 2 points. But they did tag the high, the all-time high from last Friday in the RTH. So the ETH is still way above it. So what kind of noise was that? I'm sure. I'll tell you something that is also bothering me that I don't know whether you guys. Great, good for you. That's super. So, what? Now, there's no news today, barely no news tomorrow, and Wednesday is going to be the Fed rate decision. And I guess, as much as I hate to believe it, they're going to confirm Warsh as the new Fed chair. This looks like, you know, Tom Tillis is supposedly the pivot person. There's somebody to pivot on. It's like Humpty Dumpty. Well, I don't see anything. You know, I got no news here. No news is no news, I guess. Well, so I don't know what to tell you about that. I suppose in hindsight, if you wanted to be specific about it, you could say that this was a bar, this was a breakout, a retest, and then that happened. I don't, but I mean, come on. Come on now. How are you going to trade that? Got no lags going on now after that little shenanigan. So then what do we have here really? Doesn't look to me like it's doing the right thing. Because that should be the breakout. And, I don't know. Yeah. Obviously the idea here is that it, let's see if I can make this a little easier to see. Yeah, okay. There's the high, there's the low, there's 25, 50, 25. So, you break out, pull back to between there, and that would be, when that would close, that would be the entry. Now, the next thing is that I actually remember to push the stupid thing through there. Oh, yeah, it's there. Okay, cool. So we'll see if something happens over here. I don't know. And I still want to get my head around all these variations in the Edgeful data where, you know, okay, we understand that there's a high probability of, you know, the higher, the lower, whatever else. But where, under what circumstances isn't there a high probability of that? Because obviously, looking at this data and then thinking about my statistics that I thought were all great over here with the IB that, you know, still tests out and back tests great. But that's, you know, go tell my account about that. Death by 1,000 cuts. And looking back over it, I think part and parcel of the problem is that I was looking back too long, too far. I'll get rid of about a half a dozen of these IBs along here. Opening my, where'd that damn thing go? Don't want that. Okay. Now they're going to bounce up again. So that would have been a pretty cool bar. I'm disappointed with the news stuff I've got. I'm really disappointed with investing.com, what they've done with the site, and it starts throwing, every once in a while, it throws those stupid Norton things and whatever, and you can't get away from it without closing the whole site, which is complete crap. I don't have Norton on my computer, never have had. So it's part of their ad stuff. And Financial Juice seems real slow on news, picking up news now. I was listening to Andre from Edgeful, and somebody made some comment about a big pop like this just happened like this thing here. I was just listening to some recorded video or live stream or something. Something happened like this, and somebody said the other guys, whatever. Well, look on Financial Juice or something, and Andre, they were laughing. Well, yeah, maybe in 2 hours we'll see what it is, and they said, let's ask Henry Bloomberg has got it. I can't find any news source like that, and I mean a Bloomberg terminal, sure they would have it, but last time I checked, they were like 20,000 a month. And I mean, I don't see it on the regular Bloomberg, site. So I don't know if anybody knows a good news source. That would be a good idea. I don't know what's going on with this either. Hold on. All wrong. Freaking thing. That's what it is. Okay, now we got it. And we're just in a tight range, trading range. It would appear. If I were to be following this methodology, there's the breakout, pulls back in here. I'm not sure why the system over there on IRT didn't enter a trade, frankly. I would have thought, that's the zone. Long, stop. Yeah, I don't know, frankly. I don't know. Hmm. And it's like any of these kind of things that we've talked about a lot. A lot of these strategies, you know, are real nice on paper or whatever else, but the first criteria is risk. If you're doing this in a live, you know, like a live account with your money, you know, Hogarth is takes his trades with, but you always have to refresh your point of view that he's sometimes looking at 50 points stop on the NQ or the ES, not the minis, you know, or not the micros. So Jesus Christ, that's a pretty big difference. And that would have been a stop had this been set up that I just mentioned. The breakout, pull back, long, stop. And no scale, because scale is based in R value. So it's the scale would be R1, right? 1 to 1. And then the T2 is R2. So there's, you know, we would have to get from down here, we would need to get up here someplace for the scale, which of course didn't happen. Well, I've got to do something here. I don't know what. Well, I guess the first thing I can do is change these colors to something else. I don't know what. Green, blue, what? That's the typical initial balance color on all my other charts, I think. See what that looks like. That's probably better. At least it's not confusing with the, not to be confused with London. I guess that's good enough. And it's the simplest. Okay, boop. Now, I'm not sure why that didn't do anything. There's only two signals or two rules here. There's a breakout, and then there's the pullback into the zone, and that's Bob's your uncle, and away you go. And that's how it's what it was doing last night about 10:30 when I went to bed. Now it seems to be doing something completely different. Let's see the breakout. Real simple, you know. Wait a minute. Is this trading some goofy? Why is there a flag on M and Q? See, the average true range, or the average range here on the IB is 1975 points. Wait a minute here. What's going on? MES, okay. Just making sure I'm not going crazy or going more crazier still or something. All these little breakout or these little consolidation guys here are pretty interesting. Now this is definitely not a signal here on this particular system, because the sequence, it would be normally because the candle took out the IB high, but the requirement of the system is that the previous candle to the signal candle needs to be, the signal candle needs to be going in the same direction as the previous candle. So in other words, the close needed to be up here somewhere above the open. Above the open, and instead it's the other way. If that makes any sense. So that doesn't surprise me that I don't see an A up here somewhere. And maybe I've got so many things going on at the same time, this poor old thing doesn't know whether to flip or fly. Ooh, we have a new bar here building. Well, that's what I thought. Pretty tight market profile there, 1 week. Same story over here. Let's get back to the business, just normal, and see what's going on. Got to get to the bottom of this news source thing. I don't know what news sources you guys use, but like a pop like that, I want to know why. You know, maybe there's no way to know that I can afford. I don't know. Well. So it's going out the bottom now, is that the deal? Well, we still have these singles down there. There's a single at the 78s from Friday, whatever that might mean to anybody. Not sure what it means to me. I'd say this is not a very target-rich environment here to me. It doesn't look to me like I'm sure that's just my problem. I'm pretty curious as to why in the hell this didn't work, to be honest with you. I have to look at that, give that a think. And why in the hell it flagged the MNQ up here? Where did that come from? Look at the difference here. There's a 10-point change in the MES and there's a 93-point change in the MNQ. I can understand. I actually traded the NQ and then came over here and got into following ES in the TLab, actually. I'd gotten funded with Top Step with the NQ and whatever else. I don't know what to think about that. I think with this being my own account, I think it boils down to risk. Which you can control, you can figure out with the risk calculator that I put together in that workbook. And also there's a similar, I basically recreated my risk calculator in the workbook from the one that they have in Edgeful. What the hell keeps changing with this monitor? Why does it keep going too big? I don't get it. Well, if you took the breakout, I guess, I'm sure somebody did that, but unless you want to call that a breakout and a retest, I don't think that would be exactly right, but I guess maybe. Hindsight, rearview mirror, of course, clears the bell. Absolutely ridiculous. It is a tight trading range with it holding, except for this little excursion up here on whatever prompted that. We're in a 20 handle range. And I'm pretty surprised at what's going on with this. This would be a report I have never, just looking at it now, this would be one that would could feed back into targets as far as the initial balance. 1.6% of the time. We got 0.85% extension above the IB high. Not sure what all that means, but okay. Let's make the measurement in something else. Let's make the measurement in ticks. Dollars. Oh, shit. I don't like that. But let's see what it looks like. This one. Here we go. This is the high formed first and the low formed first. The differences here. This is that one I was looking at. I didn't realize it was called rejection, but I'm trying to find some way to get I firmly believe and want to stick to my guns about only trading vetted trades and trading based on data. But I am just too slow at coding to, I don't have enough years left to do this, and code it up myself. Not funny, but true. Yeah, this looks like a cluster to me too. Here we have another bar forming here, or whatever, consolidation at least, fractal. You ever listen to Bill Williams? The fractal guy? Don't ask me how that stumbled into my phone for my listening experience while sleeping, but interesting. This kind of a day is, I think, spooky because obviously they're just waiting for any kind of a impetus to hammer it, in my opinion. Some tweet or another, or, you know, and that's a crapshoot. Yep, 65 was a naked volume point of control, and here was the previous IB high of all things. And then there's your liquidity piled up at 75. Is it? I've got 63 quarter or 63 half. Is that what you got? You've got 66. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Shoot me. I don't know. We could have Antonio be the referee. You know, he can split the difference or he can call the difference. Oh shit. Well, are we getting a breakout here? Is this it? Ooh, 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 ooh. Is this breakout and a retest? Ooh, ooh. One trade, I want to trade. Now, if there's a new IB low, I would suggest that if this were now, as far as I'm concerned about the bar thing, is this has got to go back up here again to retest, right? Being the big part of the bar, breakout and retest. Are they going to do it? Or, and then my mind starts going, oh, is this a V reversal? Wow, big selling wick down there. Or buying wick, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what person you mean. I'm just babbling. Are you talking about Andre and the thing about the news? Is that the one? We didn't get back to the retest yet. And so you got short right here and you're just riding them down. I don't. Hindsight's so clear. Oh. I don't know what's going on with that. Phone's blinking and flashing, and yeah, I'm not sure what person you're referring to, Anton. When I was talking about the news source, Andre is the guy that I mentioned. Maybe that's the one that comes to my mind. He's the CEO and the founder of Edgeful. Youngish guy. Maybe that was it. Maybe I don't remember who else I might have been saying something about. If it would get up here and hit this bar, I'd be tempted to take the damn trade because, well, also that would. Ooh, look at what Mama brought fat boomer. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah. I'm clearly done for the day. This would be a food coma if I ever saw one. This would be this would qualify for the IB low pullback thingy here too. Also, tambien. Which would be pretty cool because that would line up with the breakout and retest and the IB's thing, pullback thing, stat. They're struggling. They haven't got it back there yet, but that's also suspicious for just a rotational day, right? That's the problem, isn't it? Oh, I'm sorry. I completely forgot about that. Yeah. Williams, Bill Williams. He's an older thing. Yeah. PhD in something. I don't know. I'll stand by 1 second and I'm looking at this. I'm going to think this is a bar trade and an IB low all at the same time, or what I'm thinking here. My gut feeling is that this market has no horsepower to go either direction, and so this could well be just a mean reversion. Right here, even though that's the number right there. Basically the bar and the within that range for the IB. I just don't think it's got enough horsepower to get out of its own way, and we're in a rotational environment. Not sure that it makes any sense to take that. Yeah. Let me see if I can see that. And this is another one of those higher lows reversal deals, and they say that if you come through higher lows and come through the top of the W, that signals a reversal. I mean, that's a Tom Hogarth automatic trade. So, there you go. I don't think yeah, well, I'm pretty glad I didn't go short.
I was busy looking at Bill Williams. I missed that turnaround. I'll just point out to you that presentation was from the days of overhead projectors and transparency, so. Double top. Mm-hmm. Well, the only really, let me see. The only really planned microphone moment for Trump is 15-15, which means nothing, but and it's the big earnings thing. Wednesday is going to be huge. It's both Alphabets, Microsoft, Meta, and one other, all reporting Wednesday morning or after the close. Or Wednesday after the close, not Wednesday morning, obviously. Yeah, I don't know what to expect here. Obviously. Well, see how long it takes that snack to kick in for a food coma here. Well, as much as I hate to say discretion was the better part of valor here, I'm pretty glad that I'm not stopped out right now because I didn't go with that signal. I don't know what to think of, and I don't know what to do about that. I guess just let common sense prevail, and in this case it was okay, I guess. There's a fractal indicator actually in IRT, and I think most packages nowadays. Let's see here. Right there. And you can set it up however you want to, based on how many bars, this, that, and the other, something else. But I was trying to use it to see about how to figure out a bar until I found that bar thing. Bar indicator is essentially, which is based on a fractal. As you know, it takes the time of the last high or low, and then how many bars till the next one, the other direction, and that's the fractal idea. I also have them. These are fractals with different. See how they disappear there, the red and green. Those are fractals, just different setup. It's 5 bar, I think, is fractal. We got 2 bars coming up. And then one way or the other. I think it's kind of, when I was looking into it, it sort of looked like a version of where the 3-bar reversal came from. So I think that's kind of fractal based, but they don't say anything because they don't want to scare people off. I think so. That's why I was listening to that thing as I was falling asleep, because I saw something about fractals and trading, and I thought, well, that'll be a good one. That'll put me out pretty quick. And he had some pretty interesting story about Mandelbrot and how when he was teaching at whatchamacallit, and they gave him a grant to figure out the fractals, and so he wanted to test how it worked in nature, and he calculated the fractals of the Mississippi River, and it came out to 1.4162 whatever the hell, 1 2 3 4, and then went out and then did the Ohio, and then did the Missouri, and they did something else, and they all came to the same thing. The inference being that fractals is a natural deal. When Mandelbrot was at MIT. Man, this is, how the hell do I know any of that? This is, the result. This is the product of doom scrolling. But it was interesting. And then they started applying that idea to finance, and that's how we are where we are. Now, this is an interesting one. Let's see here. Here's this interesting tidbit about statistics, I think. Let's see if I'm full of crap or not. So here is the 50% line, right? So this is the midway between the two. This is 25% of the time it's going to take out an IB and pull back. And this is less than 50% probability that it'll do here. And so far it's tagged it twice. It hasn't come through it. Now, here it certainly did because of this thing over here with the news. I'm not saying this matters at all. I'm just kind of standing here trying to figure out, make some sense of this thing that's tradable. Oh, I see what you're saying up there, Antonio. Sorry I missed that. You need Ultimate. That's the tick data comes with the one that's more money than IRT, right? Yeah. I think about relearning some new thing to to the level that I know pretty much understand what I do with IRT, and it's like, son of a bitch, it's overpowering, you know, son of a gun, sorry. Overwhelming, kind of. That seems like the quintessential rabbit hole. I like point and figure trading too, but in order to do it properly, you've got to get a real specific software that keeps the boxes exactly square. None of the ones that you see on IRT or anywhere else are accurate. And there's only one outfit that does that. It's some guys in England. And I used to get an update from them every day. It was something about looking back at last week. I never got the software because it was another expensive way to go rabbit hole to go down, but I was always intrigued by the point and figure method. Again, you got to have buku risk or trade something that I don't know. Well, I don't know anything you can trade that's cheaper than what we're trading here. I guess the micro ES NQ is cheaper per tick, I guess, than the ES. There's a real good video floating around YouTube if you're interested in point and figure, just FYI, by a guy named Tommy Dorsey. And no, he doesn't also have a band, but that's his name. And he did a real in-depth, again with an overhead projector. So how long ago was that? But I had been messing around with it before that, and I bumped into that. This is years ago. I always remembered his name because of the band leader. The name of that is UpData, if I remember that right. The name of that software outfit out of UK that does the, and they have an office in New York or something, but UpData is, I think, the name of it. It is a real market profile professional package. You know, it draws the breakout lines and the projections and all of the stuff. If you know anything about, I don't mean market profile, I mean point and figure. Which was Charles Dow, developed by Charles Dow way back when. Well, that 50 is holding water, huh? Look at there. Ooh. Magic. Magic. Oh, maybe not. They repaired those singles by a couple of ticks, it looks like. And now they're just, you know, teasing us. They're teasing us. See if I can figure out how to get the right YouTube going on this computer to show you that link I was talking that I had mentioned. Or like anything better to do here. I don't want that. We want. Yeah, okay, cool. This, I think, did it. Oh, isn't that a miracle? Yeah, there's the result of my evening doom scroll. So this is that guy. Bill Williams, PhD of Profinuity. That's like a, yeah, I never heard of that one. They didn't offer that course when I was in school. And then here's another one. This is the, and of course David Paul and Tom the Trader and blah, blah, blah. But I can't copy and paste or do stuff on the stream from those other machines, so I had to remember how to get this YouTube. I have a couple of different YouTube channels so I don't have clouded up crap. So yeah. So this is that's the one there. The YouTube link's down at the bottom if you see that. This is the one that this is where he's talking about the fractal count. Yeah, anyway. Okay, there you go. See, I didn't just make it all up. Most of it, but not all. Now if I can get to the right, there we go. Okay. Is this right? I guess it is. I'm just on the ragged edge with most of this stuff nowadays. I've never, oh wait, I guess I did have a Facebook account once upon a time. I was going to say I've never had a social media account ever, but I believe I did have a Facebook account once long ago. And LinkedIn, I was a part of that once upon a time. Well, I don't know what else to say other than I hope the music, music's pleasing, and I hope that you remember that there are three positions in trading. There is long, short, and flat. And a day like this is where the latter is probably the preferred choice. I would say. Well, I wonder if we're going to set some sort of a world record now on a, tight trading range with nothing candles. We supposedly this is some sort of a generational string of string of candles in the upper in one direction, or winners, or I don't know, bull candles or something like that. Maybe we're going to do the same thing over here. I don't know. What is this anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13 of them. Somebody said this was the longest streak since, I don't know, something stupid like 98 or something like that. I don't know. I found that a little hard to believe. And this is where Trading View would be handy, I think, because you could just zoom in and out and up and down and back and forth real easy. I can't do that very easily in IRT. Probably the easiest way to do that would be over here or on a RTH only candle, but I can only squish them up so far, You know what I mean? Technical term, squish them up. Now here would be the dilemma for me with a bar trade, okay? Here is the bar. So there's the bar, breakout. So do you take the breakout retest, or do you look at this is the bar, this is the breakout, and you look for a retest? It's like everything else, it's subject to your interpretation. I'm quite disappointed with myself for not, I realize it's a bad thing to do to have a vetted trade and not take every opportunity that presents itself. I've said this a million times, but I feel like I need to say that every day. But I'm not at all disappointed that I didn't take this setup right over here. Excuse me. Oh, I guess I should. Yeah, this is kind of something important. This is not a traditional IB setup for me because there's no continuation and trigger, nor is there a pullback and trigger. So, yeah, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Right here, you see? Oh, there was 1A where it did take the proper statistic, but no trigger after that. That would have been a B. Why it's not throwing those signals, I don't know. Sick and tired of worrying about those signal markers. Excuse me. I don't know how it. I think a lot of the problem with those signal markers on this chart, excuse me, is that it's got to do with the lags and the, like now there's no lags, but when that was happening, there was. Stupidness. Stupid. Here is the day so far. Oh, and we've taken now, you realize this is one of the rare occasions with it's a neutral day. We've taken the IB on both sides. So if you want to look at the TLab statistics, I need to upgrade. I don't have this updating automatically because I'm just trying to save cycles on the CPU. So here's that 32.7% of the time
looking backwards at 1,726 most recent trading days. In other words, looking back at the most recent 1,726 days. And there's the stat. So we've taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stats today so far out of all these suspects over here. So what is it? 32.7. My point was going to be okay. Let's just look at the plain old by weekday, I guess. What is this? Monday, okay. Well, ours was 23 on IRT, it's 23, but this is looking back only 6 months. Hold on a minute. Let me see something here. No, I don't want static. Damn it. Oh, there we go. What's going on here? So that's 6 years. I can't go back. Edgeful only goes back 5 years, and the day that 1,700 trading days is 6 years if I did the math right. 1,725 days. There's 250 trading days in a year. Basically, I think it's 250 or 255, so I can't do that. But let's go as far back as they can go, which is 5 years. And the ES, well, there you go. Double break is 25.78. And what was it over here? $32.7. And this is 1.6% probability that we take neither of them. Oh, I can tell you where I'm going, Goopy. No, never mind. Oh. This has nothing, doesn't pay any attention whatsoever to the open type. Now, I'm sure that I can add reports to the template, and the way I've seen them come up with a strategy is to start with one report, and in other words, top down. Okay, is it in the RTH session? And then the next one is the opening candle direction? Then, you know what I mean? So you narrow them down. I'm sure that there's a report that would be the open type. So my data here would never line up because this has got nothing to do with the open type. All this is talking about is the IB. Oh, okay. I'll try to figure all that out. A new toy, oh boy. And here we go. There's Antonio's VPOC migration. Maybe not.
looks like your success with the pop is great. Is the best news I've had all day about anybody trading. I'm sure somebody's, making millions somewhere. Too high, too low, and how low can you go? Now, Jorgensen, I just looked up the static for a second, and he got long on the bar down here with a 10 lot, and he's got 7 of them right above the IB high for the first take profit. And then he's got a three lot runner. I'm assuming he's trading micros up. And good for him. I would always be really, this looks like a disaster country right here for me. As far as meat on the bone and obstacles in the way and all that kind of thing, obviously what time for him. Breakout, retest, and loop, and then he's long. But apparently. I might need to, all right, Anton. I'm going to be in hot pursuit here pretty quick myself. I am not, these are the kind of days where the longer you stand around and talk to yourself, if you're not vigilant about Monkey Boy, he can sneak up and slap you in the yap, convince you that there's a pattern or FOMO, or you better get this breakout or whatever else it is. It's conducive to a bad outcome, I think. Monkey Boy being that all those emotions and everything that have been cooked into our DNA for over the evolution, none of which I don't think that anybody's ever pointed out to me. Any of them are good for trading because they're risk averse and, fear of missing out and wanting to be right and all that stuff. Those are all real bad things to allow take over your trading, I believe. We got this statistics up here still. We've got this 373 hanging out for quite a while since 10:45. The overnight high. Don't forget there's the all-time overnight high right up there, and these guys hate that. So that's probably a pretty juicy target. I know I need to put some stuff in my eyes. I'm having a hell of a time focusing here. Yeah, there you go. Oh, Anton's gone. Son of a gun. I forgot. I just had clicked the wrong button today, I guess. Here's all those quick links to your broker just for data with IB or whatever this thing is, trade whatever it is. What is it? Trading View. There you go. Now that I said that, I don't see rhythmic or amp or well, there's amp. Yeah, okay, here's amp. So that would work for me, I guess. Crypto market, Jesus. When will that come home to roost? Yeah, okay. Sorry, Anton left, but that's what you got to do. I'd say they're probably going to go on up towards that target. My guess, because that seems to be something these guys can't resist. And they've, pretty much come down to the lows here, and now they've got very little left to go up there. That's interesting. Why did it do that? Did you see that? How that profile suddenly changed? Boop. That's weird. I hope for Jorgensen's sake they do, because I think he's got his stop here on 7, and I think his runner's up here around 8. High. A breakout. Yeah, it's a breakout. Could well be the case that, they're just on pins and needles until the 12 o'clock hour. Look at that. That's one giant helping of retail soup right there. They're just everybody who can't resist clicking that mouse is just getting ground up like crazy. Or you're a great scalper and you're just, took her down, took her up, took her down. Took her down, took her up, I'm not that guy. I tried being that way. I was successful at it a bit, but I think the long-term success, consistent profitability is based on the, consistent profitability is based on probabilities, which is like I talked about plenty. I'm going to step away here at the bottom of the hour and something to eat and whatnot. Have a look at the markets and maybe get outside and get a little walk in. I didn't go very far yesterday. I only went 7 miles. I've got to get around to I'm better off walking every day for 2 or 3 miles or so. But with the school story, it's between trading and school, there's not a lot of afternoon left. Which I don't mind at all, but the life in Kuala Lumpur was perfect for me. Up in the morning, I would get 4,000 steps in the morning in the building, and then we had a nice gym. I could go hit the gym for about another hour. And then I had the day to do whatever I needed to do because the RTH Open was 21:30. So I could trade, a couple, 3 hours, say the first RTH 1 period, complete quiet, all the responsibilities gone, everybody's asleep. It was absolutely perfect. I was in great shape and everything was sweet. Now that did make for later nights, so somewhere a little bit more convenient time zone would be perfect. And I'm sure Antonio's got it pretty well wired in Portugal, so he's got the afternoon. I just do better with exercise and stuff in the morning, and that's what I need. I'll bet they're going to bump it up. They're going to come off a settlement here and go flipping up through there and grab the high and the RTH high and then look for that all-time high. That's my guess. Around the noon hour, probably. There's my wizard prediction. But as far as I'm concerned, and I realize this is not a very valid approach, but breakouts to me, previously, I even had an error code for them as FOMO. Because in my mind, I didn't have any setup. Now I do have a setup, which is the IB continuation, so I don't feel quite as badly about that. But, when I would try to trade a breakout previously when I was discretionary, trading with discretion only, it was like FOMO, right? I was fear of missing out. So I called it actually an error. And I know it's the whole premise of momentum and breakout trading and all that stuff, like the turtles and everybody really successful. But I found myself always being hitting into them on FOMO. And there's nothing, there's not a greater feeling than buying the top tick long. Maybe there is. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Like, subscribe, drop something in the chat. That's really great. I really appreciate it. This is my virtual trading journal. Basically, everything I see is on my screens here, captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So, yeah. There we go. Here we go up to, I'll bet we go up there. My guess is, yep, we're going to head there. We're going to take out the high and the RTH high and look for that ETH at the top to get the record, the new all-time high. That's my thinking. For no reason at all. Not that the economy's better, not that anything else is better, but just, just that. For lack of anything better to do. Or any better reason. What's volume doing? Oh, volume's coming down. It's under 70 now. That's also a time when they can do stuff like shove the market around wherever they need it to go. That's another problem. And here's an interesting dynamic with IRT. You see this line right here? And this one right here? That is the balance point of the profile if based on volume. So that's always interesting. It's the balance. I guess I can do it. Where'd the profile go? There we go. Yeah. I can see it's the balance area. Right here, there's gold. And where does that, coincidentally, where does that take them? Up here, three handles over the all-time high and the previous ETH high. So isn't that convenient? Now this isn't as applicable as the week goes on because this is a weekly profile, not daily. But in this case, it's the daily profile. Yeah, they're gonna go. Sure as the world. That stairs, take the stairs up crap irritates me a lot. I just am not able to get on those. I don't have anything that says this is what you do. So, yeah, there's that. I am going to step away here, I think, before I do something stupid. At least I'm honest, right? Saying my eyes are bothering me. I need to get jump through the shower and get some of those drops in there. All right, music. Did it crap out? Oh, maybe. Let's just check. My golly, it did. How about that? Okay. Well, let's do this then over here. I don't remember how many of these there are. Okay, there you go. All right, well, I'm going to step away here then, and I would, my prediction holds. They're going to take the RTH high, and I'll be flabbergasted if they don't get up there and take the ETH high, which puts in a new all-time high by a couple of ticks. and no real way for me to get on it that justifies anything. The IB stat, okay, could be a thing, but I mean, Jesus, we've already taken out both sides of it. There and down here, and we got another one. I don't know that. I don't have any data about that or any kind of feeling that I've sort of been of the feeling that, you know, maybe on some of these setups once or maybe at the most twice is enough, or is pushing it, if you know what if you know what I mean. And I'm still flabbergasted as to why this damn thing's not doing anything. Well, I'm going to step away right now, and I'll keep popping back in here and, you know, just get some food and shower and stuff like that. Oh yeah, mark my words. So here's that break. Here's that bar. Are we gonna break it out and go up? Oh boy. I'd almost put it on and then just go for a walk and put the target up above the T2 up above the ETH high, and I don't know where to put. I have no idea where I'd put T1. Oh, I do know. If you could follow the rule, we pulled back about 1,000,000 times and break out and put the stop down here below 50%. That would not be close to 50% target, however. All right, I'm gonna keep an eye on these things, and I'm gonna go This is a 5-minute. Seems a lot clearer, doesn't it? What the hell? Oh, I know what it is. Now, this is kind of interesting. Just watch this. Watch these charts. Watch this chart right up here. I think it'll do it. Maybe it won't now. If you see it start flip-flopping, this is up here and then down here and then down here and then up there and back and forth. It's because it's too jammed up and it can't print out or plot out properly like that. I can narrow the between candles, but that doesn't help much. And it's important to remember also that this market profile here, or this volume profile, which is weekly, and we're in the RTH session, so I mean the ET blowback session, full session. So this 7208 half was put in the right there. That's the all-time high and the ETH high. And the high that I will be flabbergasted if they don't take that out today. And I'll be right back in a little bit. Music and hands up. I gotta make sure everything else is going all right here. this on the phone there, sorry. Yeah, well, here we are at all-time highs, huh? Who said that? Who was that masked man? I think the possibility that we're going to not take that high out is slim and none. And there we went. What was that for? What was that on? How did that work? And I don't know what might be going on in news. So apparently Iran has made a proposal and Trump discussed it with the team and now they're considering it. Okay. And now she says they're going to hear from him soon about Iran. So that's always scary. I'm assuming that it's going to be he'll take the opportunity moment at with Charles, I suppose. Who the hell knows? Games, you know, it's like reality TV teasers, and it's so weird. If she has something to say, say it. If you don't, shut up. You know, but that's not the way they're running this thing. All right, well, we didn't get that all-time high. Now they're going to pull it back and spank all these boys and girls. So, breakout retests, take a run. This is only 5 handles across here, and there's hardly any, wouldn't be a lot of upside about it. There was one IB trade long, apparently. Oh, short. Ah, yes. A, B, trigger. Now we've got A, B, trigger, but I don't see any long in there. That's because it was in this trade? Makes no sense. Yeah, that's they fired simultaneously. That's too bad. And what's happening over here? Ah, dropping continually. The lighter the volume becomes, the easier. That means the less liquidity there is, then that means the easier it is for them to shove this thing around however they feel like doing it. Like this right here. Like that. You know? Now this is suspect. You see how there's no taper up here? We've got just 2 or 3 TPOs flat. That's a poor high, and I would fully expect that we're going to auction that to the upside to get a taper as we have down here. That's my expectation. That's not a prediction, but that's what I would anticipate at this point. Now there's possibility of some news blurb or headline, headline risk. Is ever present. I guess Jorgensen must have gotten his scale and be looking at got his 7 scale here and then got his 3 up above, I would guess. Great. That's great. Let me see. Yeah. He's got his scale right at the 09 quarter, and they got within a couple of ticks of him there. So he's got a post with a crying guy. Well, what are we doing here? Well, almost the power hour, okay. I would not be at all surprised about a pullback down towards the VPOC. Down here. And the IB high, for example. Down to that low volume area here. But again, I'm absolutely expect that they'll take it out the top because that auction is not finished. Yeah, boy. Everybody's excited. All-time highs, not all-time highs. So here's the drama. This is the all-time high from Friday, from the RTH. This is the all-time high that was put in today in the ETH. These guys hate it when these guys have any kind of a record or a level. Also, notice the top over here in the profile. The TPOs is called a poor high. I think it's a poor one or a weak one. I don't remember which it is. Market profile. The two TPOs together, there's no excess up there. Like down here, see how it tapers down? That doesn't exist up here. So, what do I think is going to happen? I would say that they're going to run it down here. They may pull it down here to get all these people that are excited about the highs and grab their stops, reload, or just consider that this is this was a breakout and a retest, and then they're going to go back up. But I don't think there's much question about the fact, or I would be very surprised if they don't take this high out here, the overnight high, which incidentally is the new all-time high. Yeah, Anton, me too. They're really jerking these kids around that are all excited about the high there, the overnight high. I mean the all-time high. I think this is where I left, and yeah, then they did this one here, so don't know what they're gonna do now. Are they gonna just keep running it or not? Did have a couple of the other systems. Whoops. Trying to figure out how to do this here. Put out of my way. The other systems fire and didn't amount to anything, but the bar trade thing is just not showing me anything that would be tradable. This did fire the correct breakout as I suspected over here, and I looked at the code. It needs to be a close above. And there was no real pullback after that for a signal. There were two, this fired correctly, entered here, got stopped. The problem is this one fired also for the for the long, which would have been nice, but it doesn't take two trades at the same time, so. And that's about all I know about that. Volume continues to pull back. It's down to around 63. Look at this little anomaly they've got going on up here, huh? A single there, I believe. 70 and 97. Funny, huh? And a flat top or a poor high, whatever you call it. Poor high. A weak high, I think, is only one TPO. This is a poor high, if I remember correctly. So everybody's on pins and needles. Headline risk is ever present. Great, thanks for the news. That's interesting. I was wondering about what you were up to, actually. So you're sitting on the short for a pullback to, I'm just reading your text here, 72s. Well, they're already there, pretty close, aren't they? Yeah, up here. Boop, boop. Now, what they could do is what they did last week. At some point, I don't remember which day it was. They didn't run the high until after 3 o'clock, after 1500. I hope that doesn't become a new normal. I was thinking they're going to get into this 98s here to this extreme low volume node just above the IB high, but that's just me thinking. Yeah, you just like minds think alike. I was just mentioning that myself. Where the hell did my VWAP go? Or my VWAP go? I set that up this morning for today, I thought. So disappointed that this didn't work automatically as it used to. Oh, maybe I should have put it on the right day instead of, maybe I should have put it on 27 instead of 26. Ooh, day late and $1 short, baby. Just noticed that. So you can see how important that one is to me. I just noticed it, and the market's going to close in 50 minutes. The stream and the cash close. Football. There we go. Well, in this kind of a market, as you see from the beginning over here, they weren't very far apart all day long. So I guess I can cut myself from some slack for not noticing that.
too many things, too many balls in the air here. Yeah. And volume keeps pulling back. We were at about 75, 72.3. It's down at least 10% just through the day. And of course, well, I don't know, of course, but my opinion is that the lighter the volume is, the less liquidity, and the easier it is, for these guys to jerk this thing around. Just common sense. If if every level is 100 and change, it's pretty easy to throw an order in there and just sweep 3 or 4 levels. And remember that I've got this on more than one tick. Let's see if I can even get one tick. There you go. These are 1 tick high now. I think I'll put it like that. That makes more sense to me. That's 1 point. That's something I wish that they would do. Or you could just lock that. I want to lock it at 1 point. I don't care if the bottom goes off the screen or the top goes off the screen. I want to lock it at a point. But there's no way to do that with Bookmap that I know of. And who cares, We're all going to be trading view wizards here pretty quick anyway. Look at this crap. Look at these volume profiles over here in the profile. I mean, obviously it's not as pronounced. It's more pronounced on the volume profile because of the way I have it scrunched down. I hate those ledges. And then we got a flat top, right? Looks like Bart Simpson here. Well, that's good. Then you've had a completely successful day. Everybody that is a real trader knows that if you've taken the trades and executed your plan, that is a good trade. And we all know that the outcome can be either way. It's 50-50. So, yeah, you're doing great. You should be real proud of yourself. I'd say they're going to go up here and take the top. Oh, it's 1450. It's the world famous, or 1415. The world famous power hour is upon us.
I'm really going to dive into these statistics and try to figure out a more streamlined and efficient way to do this, because this standing around here doing nothing is getting real old and unsustainable. I have high hopes for the IB the IB trade, which is based on this percentages. This one here, that just seems to make a lot more sense to me than the original thing that Rod and I came up with these fixed zones. It was a good start for sure, and I learned a lot about coding this up and backtesting it, but it still shows good numbers, and I can't make them happen. Absolutely, you should be really proud of yourself. I was telling my wife today, I gotta watch what I listen to go to sleep, because I thought, typically I look for anything to do with trading, and a lot of the times that Tom Hogarth comes on when he's doing the European live trading, and I thought, well, that's a good thing. I found out, I noticed myself this morning laying in bed, not sleeping, busy, intently listening to what's going on. Yeah, that was defeating the purpose. You know what I mean? Come up with some mindless dribble it'll just, some guy's voice that'll put me to sleep. Just listen to the stream or something. Well, they got down to the bottom of that right there, huh? Now, that doesn't look like any kind of a normal thing that I would call a consolidation. Jorgensen did great with pulling one off down here and got a scale and put on a 10 lot, took 7 off here, and just got 3 left. Got within a tick up here at 79 for the other 3 runners. I'll do the market wrap as usual, the bottom of the hour, ahead of the market on close and balance at 1450. And then the stream typically winds down at 1500 every day. That's 7 hours enough for me. Starts every trading day at 0800 Central Standard Time. Oh, here's power hour continuation, power hour breakout. Oh, look at there. Well, there's a lot of range and trend analysis, range and volatility. Got a lot of reports in here. Volume and range analysis. Wow. What does this thing do? I don't think 5 years is applicable. Oh, something that I completely forgot to watch today, damn it. I don't even think I talked about it. This, what's in play. This automatically looks at the instruments you're tracking and then gives you whatever setups are in play for that day. And the bias, and this is the bias for the day. And what's already happened and whatever else completed, and keep forgetting to, I'm just trying to figure this thing out. Yeah, there are some people like that. I know Tom's that way. Another one that puts me out pretty quick is whatever his name is, I forgot. Yeah, there's 2 or 3 people like that whose name and voice just, well, I just hear about 3 words and I'm sawing logs and it's got nothing to do with what I think about them. Patrick Boyle does that for me a lot too.
Oh yeah, Al Brooks, absolutely. Even Tom Hogart makes fun of him. He goes, "Hi, this is Al Brooks. We're doing pricing." I mean, and they're good friends. He said Al thinks it's funny when I do that. Yeah, exactly. He is one of those monotone, very, very small inflection. Yeah, absolutely. But I also try to want something going in my ears that I think might be meaningful or helpful. So I get some of those price action things when it's all rear view mirror stuff. So, it's pretty easy to say a lot of things. Not that he can't trade and doesn't do a good job. I guess he's got quite a live room or whatever. Group or whatever you call it. I don't know whether it's a Discord or I guess it probably is. I don't know. I'm sure it's for pay. Typically, I'm not initiating any trades after 1400. So, and definitely after 1430, any of the automatic stuff has their end of day rules in there, and they automatically liquidate. Not that there are any on, but there's always that. Right here, end of day or exits. All positions on all of these. Boop, 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 boop. I'll have to analyze this one over here because it looks to me like it's I have it used to be able to go long or short, but I have it so that it does not do that. So there's the A, the B, and the trigger. Vice versa, the A, the B, and the trigger. But the timing was just not quick enough for this thing to get in there. I'll have to be sure what happened here by looking at the backticks. Not that it matters, it's just I've looked at this thing so many times, it's old news. Here we go, looking at the top. Closing swing trade, huh? Is this going to be the closing swing trade where they go bulleting out, blasting off? So, kind of the market recap. I'll try to do that while we're watching what's going on and not be too wordy about it. This is the entire session. There's Blue Boy. That's the first print. Here we are right now. What did we cover? Well, 77 to 09. So about almost 40 handles. And who knows what's going to happen now when they run it and come ripping through here. Flat top, look out below, look out above. I'd say they're going to take the flat top. This is IRT. I've gone over all of this in the pre-market, how these charts work, how you can tell what chart you're looking at. I'm not going to do that as we watch the closing moments here. One thing that is important to understand, I think, is that
This week is going to be, tomorrow also is not much in terms of, we've got consumer confidence down here at 9 o'clock, but where this thing is really going to get big is Wednesday. We've got the Fed rate, and we have housing starts, building permits, the Fed rate. Thursday, we've got the GDP, PCE, initial jobless. And Friday is ISM PMI. So for reports ahead of us, tomorrow's not going to be much, but remember that we're sock up in the middle of earnings, and it's, you know, they're ripping and snorting. And again, with earnings, tomorrow's not going to be such a big deal. Look at the earnings just for today. There we go for that new high a day. Tuesday's not Visa and Coca-Cola, but Wednesday's the day for earnings to watch out. Because somewhere's earnings down here. We've got both alphabets, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, all reporting after the bell on Wednesday. So there you go. Financial Juice has got Trump talking at 15:15, welcoming the king. And Basantis talking about something, and Levitt was talking about something else. So, you know, this is where we'll get the market on closing balance. I'm watching the market. Can't. You know, they're going to take that all-time high now. We'll see what happens at 14. It's kind of a, you know, the day is what the day is, and I want to watch this price action up here. So, abbreviated market on wrap. And if you're interested in, well, the pre-markets points out a lot of things, how I set up Bookmap and all the software. The brackets do a pretty thorough pre-market look at the market and the statistics for the day, etc. Didn't do much on the back testing today, which is typically what I do around 1400. I still didn't make a video for that and put it. I think my plan is to cut a video, you know, an in-depth and well thought out video about how I approach the market, set up the back testing, develop the strategy, vet the strategy, and then trade the strategy. And the thinking behind it, etc. So when I get that recorded, then it'll just be in the channel and a description, you know, link point to it in the description. So at any time somebody could go see that if you're not sure about back testing. Well, they're jerking them around, huh? Yeah. Well, they want to get all the top pickers in there, I guess. I don't know what they want to do. That's the typical idea, right? All the boys that are calling the top, get a few more stops. So when they go blasting through here, like, does anybody imagine that they're not going to go blasting through this all-time high and that all this liquidity up here at the tens? I mean, I fully expect that's what's going to happen. Man, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll just get right up under it and cozy up there, and then wait till about 15:30 and then do it. Last week we had a couple of closing swing trades right at 3 o'clock or 1500 that just went ripping right up through the top. Put on some substantial gains to the upside. Yep. Poor old Jorgensen's still not out, unless he moved his target down. I think he was at 9.25. But he got 7 off at this first TP, and the three left at the runner up there. Oh, now they're really jerking them around, huh? Yeah, exactly. He's got a big scale off, and yeah, no question about it. But man, I haven't even looked for a while. He might have already moved it down and taken it off, and who the hell knows what. Ooh, and here's the V reversal here. This is the big. Oh, there's a million ones, huh? Or a million and one ones. This is his whatever this was. I don't know, another trade before, but the entry is over here somewhere, right there. There's a stop, target, and then the 3 runners up above. So this is 98, right? And the other one is here. So there's where he was got his 7 scale, and then there's the runner, and he's got a crying guy on here looking for that. So he's got 8 quarters. So he's really sweating bullets now. It got up to 8. Good for him. So we'll see what we get here on the market on class. She's 7 more minutes. Never mind. Well, you never know, do you? Here we go. Everybody dance. There you are. There's that new all-time high. Yorkinson's a happy guy. Oh, damn, that rhymed. And I think they'll take it another lift because they've only got 1 TPO on the top over there. And they're right up at it now. Cool. Well, congratulations. That must have worked magic with your hedge, I guess. Well, you see the RTH boys, they just could not resist it. That is so funny. So true. Or at least the facts seem to bear that out. Now, you know, is the world in a better spot, and America is such a great place that we need to have a new all-time high in the S&Ps? Kind of amazing to me, but yeah. I guess if you're, you know, one of the 1,000 people in this country that are getting all the benefit, I guess it's great. I guess it's great. Come on, get up there one more. Show us what a big shot you are. Let's get this thing up there and grab that 14 level up there. There's 325 up there singing a siren song for these guys. Here's the 10. They traded it or it pulled? I didn't see that. I guess they traded it. Now there's excess on the top. Now everybody can rest easy. They may not. They may continue to take it up, but at least that profile is flat tops over with. Right here. Boop. Boop. Yeah, it got it up to 11 with that little pop. Wow. Very good. RT hasn't even gotten itself organized yet. There we go. There we go. And that was the market on closed imbalance, that pop. I think. I was all busy watching the market rooting and tooting over here, and I didn't even pay attention to that. Oh, not so great. Oh, look at here. 146 million sell side. NASDAQ 325 buy, and then the other two, well, then we got 227 sell on the Dow and 18 million only on the Mag 7. So I guess they're really hedging their bets around the earnings stuff, I'm assuming. And now we're going up some more. I think they're going to get 14s. They're close to it. Maybe not. Well, interesting day. Crazy kind of. For me. When my schedule gets off, then I'm a creature of habit, I guess. So I'm going to be digging into the statistics stuff this evening in anticipation of tomorrow. Wednesday is going to be a gigantous event because of the FOMC meeting and rate decision only out at 1300. So the advanced or the increased intraday margins will be in place until then. That's something you need to look into if you don't know already about your broker. Well, we got about 5 minutes here till the close. Remember that the stream is every trading day from 0800 Central Standard Time until 1500, which is the cash close. Well, let's leapfrog this thing up here now. And go like this. 7. And there we go. Naked volume point of control is going to be pretty much the same idea here, right? Okay, 3 minutes. For the cash close, this is going to go on for another hour, so they could have a closing swing trade and run this thing up, run it back down again. Who knows? Yep, have a good one. Congratulations on your nice trades. There we are, 1,500. Cash close. 7 hours on the stream clock. Thanks a lot for coming by. Like, subscribe. Contributing in the chat is great. And I really appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I got to get myself organized and make a delayed school run here, so have a good one.